잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 부산 국제 푸드 리퍼브 컨퍼런스 2일차를 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 네,
May I have attention, please? You are cordially requested to be seated. Online viewers, please wait for a moment. Please tune your receiver into channel 3 for Korean, channel 4 for English. Good morning, distinguished guests. Welcome to the second day of Busan International Food Refurb Conference. I'm announcing Lee Ji-eun, in charge of hosting this conference. The Busan International Food Refurb Conference is aiming at creating the sustainable future through the food refurbishment. Yesterday, we conducted opening ceremony and covered 2 sessions of forums and trend report. Also, cooking demonstrations. All of the participants and audience showed their passions. Today, we will expect new formal sessions and award ceremony of capstone competition. I'd like to ask you to continue to have interest. We will start the new session, the third session. This will be conducted by the Korean Academy of Culinary Social Science, and we will talk about the economic value creation by food development for food refurb. And we will invite President Choi Soo-gun of the Korea Academy of Culinary science and social science.
It is an honor to meet you. Like last year, I just attend this conference again. Our association is working on the developing of the source, and we are also researching variable source. The direction of our research and also International Conference of Food Refurb has the same direction. That's one of the reasons that we are attend, and it is honorable for us. And also, those who attend the forum are very experts in source business. So I could recognize that the development of source from the last year owing to the International Food Refurb. And I am sure that we will have a more attendance and more people will come and take their focusing or their pay attention to this business. And also we just working on making the sauce with the crabs. Not only for this, we have been working on creating more new sauces, and research is still going on. And also those who just attend the meeting to prepare for this conference, I would like to give them the congratulatories. In my opinion, in the future, we will have a more expert who will attend to our conference. Then I would like to finish my speaker.
Thank you for your congratulatory remarks. He told that more studies are required. Now we will talk about how to create more economic values. Let's begin. Before that, we will invite Dr. Soji Gopalakrishna Pillai. He is preparing for doctor's degree in Auburn University in the US, and he will talk about how to create the economic values through food refurb. And we will see his video.
It's my pleasure to join you at the 2022 Busan International Food Refurb Conference. Greetings from Alabama, USA. My name is Sauji Gopalakrishna, and it's my pleasure to meet you in this platform. Please give me a second to share my screen. It's very interesting to know how the economic value creation by food development for food refurb is an interesting area to explore also. My presentation for today will be addressing all these things. Number one, refurb food concepts, food waste in detail, food waste issues, how supermarkets are dealing with food waste, the solutions for food waste, and how we can refurb the food, and the conclusions. So refurb food concepts comes in different ways. It says about food waste, it says about upcycle, a lot of ways. So let me define what's a food waste. That can be an interesting point to start. Any food and an inedible parts of food removed from food supply chain to be recovered or disposed of. That's a wonderful statement. And the amount of food wasted can be divided into two categories, that is edible and non-edible. So what is edible and what is non-edible? So the difference between edible and non-edible is that edible food is intended for human consumption. It can be eaten, but it is removed from the supply chain because of various reasons, because of the appearance of the food, because of the damages happen to the food, or because of you know cosmetic reasons. The food is removed from the supply chain, and people consider this food as inferior. There, the real concept of refurb food concept starts. So normally, a large portion of very good food, edible food, vegetables, fruits, it's all is thrown outside or used for landfills because they are not looking good. And in USA, one of the studies in 2015 by Stelberg says USD 161.6 billion in USA is you know considered as a loss because of people are not using these kind of products. And farm produce normally too large or too small or too diverse or disfigured or blemishes, because sometimes the food apple you have colors and scars despite processing normal taste, and it has good nutrient elements, but it is considered ugly, not good, imperfect food. That's a big disadvantage, right? So when we think about food refurb and wastage in details, so normally the food refurb refers to the foods that are very safe for human consumption, and it also has very good nutritive value. So normally the wholesalers or retailers, they have this food, and you know how they take consideration of consumer, that's a big point. So if they consider that these food can be reused again. So normally when the food is produced, it is having five generation sources. One is the food waste will happen while the agriculture production, when they produce a food, a lot of food will get waste. When they do the post harvest handling, before the harvesting, a lot of food will get waste. During harvest, the food will get waste. During the storage, processing, distribution, that means when the vehicles transport time, during the different channels, distribution, supply chain channel, distribution time, the food waste will happen, or damages happen to food, or the shape can change, or some kind of bruise can happen to food, and during the consumption also the food waste. So normally it can be divided like five generation sources where the food waste happens. So let us see what in the US what happened like. So I do have some data from 2012. The volume of American food wastage is very staggering. And the problem is that it says that Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, pointed out that in 2010, food waste in the US amounted to 34 million tons. And if you use that, it's the second largest category of waste product behind paper. And globally, 1.2 billion metric tons, or one third of all food produced, human consumption is lost or wasted. What a disappointing point is that. This translates a lot of revenues of business, and it affects the value of the food chain. And in Pennsylvania, about 20% of farm produce is rejected by restaurant because they say the products are not meeting the product specification. For example, when you buy an apple from a supplier, it says it should be red in size, it should be this much, shape should be like this, it should not have bruises. That is considered as a cosmetic standard normally, food specification, fruit specification, or vegetable specification. But because they are not meeting that cosmetic standard, the farm produced foods are rejected, fruits or vegetables are rejected. And another thing is that because of the food waste, a lot of things happen. One third of the produced food is wasting every year. It causes financial insecurity, financial losses, and negative impacts. It's just used for landfilling. How many people are working for this? From the farmers, from the farm to fork, how many channels are there connected? All will be affected because of the food loss. So another thing is, if food loss and waste is considered as a country, it would be a third biggest country. World's third biggest country will be if food loss and waste are considered as a country, and it's a biggest source of greenhouse gas emission. This according to United Nations Environment Program. And not only that, during the consumption, during the production, during the transport, the actual food waste of the consumer level, the food service and household are around twice what was expected. That means around 931 million tons of food wasted in total 209 in 2019 by United States Environment Program. In industrialized country, a lot of food are getting wasted because of the final stage of supply chain in the restaurants, food industry, catering, homes, and production stages, which is, attributed to more exigent norms and high quality standard. The losses recorded at the agriculture stage are not negligible because of the standards, the product quality regulation, production surpluses, or economical factors. A lot of things are considered, at the agriculture stage, and this cannot be avoided. That's what they say. So normally, when we deal with the food, it comes in different names: ugly food, imperfect food, and they say that in terms of weight, in terms of size, in terms of color, in terms of size, it differs. And the appearance of the ugly food rarely meet the strict cosmetic standard, that is product specification of the market, and is torn, even though it's having high nutrition. Think about it. An apple is having bruises because it was neglected, it was avoided, because it does not look good. What a waste it is. Economically, it's a waste. Value-based, it's a waste. Some edible products are called suboptimal or imperfect wood that are deviate from the normal standards or quality, what they say is. So there are three categories of suboptimal products. Number one, they differ based on appearance standard in terms of weight, shape, and size. Number two, they differ based on the date labeling. Sometimes they are considered suboptimal products because they are very close to the best before date. They differ based on the packaging, such as sometimes when they pack, their torn wrapper or a dented can is there because they are considered as suboptimal products or not good products. So if you see this picture in the PowerPoint, you can see some vegetables are abnormal. You can see here normal, moderately normal, extremely abnormal, how the apple, the lemon, the carrots, the eggplants, even though it's having full nutrition, because of the blemishment or because of the misshapen of the products, people are not telling it is not meeting the quality standards and they are just neglecting it, they are not buying it. This has to be stopped. How well the food can be refurbished or food can be done, we need to think a lot. So normally food is produced in the farms. From there are some, the food are not reaching the consumer market. You can see the arrow there on the left side because of various issues. The right side, you can see it reaches the consumer market, it's not consumed, and some are consumed. Some are considered as waste food, some are considered as lost food. So the wastage is happening from the farm to the fork. You need to think about it. Supermarkets. And in supermarkets, they throw away like 43 billion pounds of food every year, according to the recent study. And Walmart is the only major supermarket chain that earned a B grade of the food waste report card recently issued by the Centers for Biological Diversity in US. So just a so it's considered as is a grade or B grade or C grade or D grade or F grade. So the Walmart, they at least able to manage, the food wastage. So let us see more about that later. So normally based upon the report, they categorize the supermarket, the economical, things. All they will consider into three different categories based upon accountability, based on how much data a store shares with the public on various waste and recycling factors. Then there is another category known as prevention, how the store's initiative to reduce the supply chain and how they can, produce this waste and to reduce their own store wastage, and how they prevent the overstocking and misleading sell-by dates. Another thing is that how well their recovery and recycling procedures are there, and accounts for store donation, recycling efforts of various. So based upon that, the different supermarkets are categorized into different. We can see that. So in US, how it is happening is you can see the different companies on the left side, the grades, how they take care of the accountability, prevention, recovery, and recycling. I was telling you about three categories: accountability, prevention, recovery, and recycling. So the Walmart is having the higher one, B grade, followed by, you know, you can see a whole Delhaize closure is there, Kroger's and Publix are there. So they all, even Publix falls into D grades, and how accountable they are. Walmart is 7, it has 7 points. For prevention, they get 16 points, and recovery and recycling 9 points. So why these groceries or supermarket store don't want to donate the food? So most of the grocery stores, even though they want to do that, because they are unsure about how do the food is safe and whether they have to face lawsuits if something happened to the food or food poisoning or things like that. So there are no federal laws for how food donation should be stored and transported. With no guidelines, the grocery stores they were worried about the donating of the food if someone gets sick. But there's a reason the Food Donation Act, the Bill Emerson Good Samaritan Good Donation protects the business from liability when making good faith food donations. My question to you is, why should we refer food? When we prepare our food, we should check how much food waste is generated. Most of the time, we could turn the food waste into something we could eat. Think about the peels, lemon peels, orange peels, or leaves, or seeds, or stems, or other edible ingredients that can be, you usually send for landfills or just put in your, just throw in the trash. How well we can use that without wasting the nutrients, and it can, which can affect the environment. So this you have to think about it. So why should we refurb food? That's another question. It can reduce, why refurb, food, we can reduce the carbon footprint and prevent the generation of greenhouse emissions, appreciate the energy, water, and other resources. We can add different textures and flavors to dishes. We can use this food, refurb it, we can add to the other dishes. I'll be telling you some examples. Prevent edible food from ending up as waste. So reduce the amount of waste sent to landfills, include nutrient-rich option in the diet. We can use that refurb food, or the food having side problem. We can save money. We can join the zero waste environment or the movement, zero waste movement. So we can, do that. So normally the fruits and vegetables, they will decay very fast because they have morphological, compositional, and physiological characteristics. They can, so because like environmental temperatures, light and air, it can have, it can functions, on the quality of the food. Because of the handling procedure, the fruits and vegetables may contaminate, even because of the bacteria and viruses. It happens, deteriorate the food. That normally happens to fruits and vegetables. So I'm just giving an example from the Sweden. There are like top 10 fruits and vegetable category that will be that is having the most wasted mass, waste quota, and which causes economic costs. And you can see here, I'm just giving some examples. Number one is a banana, wasted mass is 6.4, followed by apple 5.5, tomato 4.8, potato 4.7, lettuce 4.4, sweet pepper 4.2, melon 3.8, pear 3.6, grape 3.0, and orange 1.8. So these are the different wasted mass of the 10 fruits and vegetables in Sweden. This is on 2013 data. So in France, the Malphone food or Refurb foods and vegetables, and they launched a campaign known as In the Merge to promote Malphone fruits and vegetables. And the fruits and vegetables were sold at 30% reduced price and were presented in separate aisles and had their own store communication via posters. And and it was a good campaign to reduce food waste and offer benefits of reduced price in return. And it reached 21 million people, in this campaign. So I was also involved in a kind of refurb, food refurb project where different supermarkets in Malaysia, the fruits which having slight bruises, some part of the fruits, where the customers won't buy. And these all fruits and vegetables are collected. And the university where I was working, the students work on some kind of project. They made food out of that, fruits and vegetables, and they supply to the community freely with the help of the supermarkets. So that rather than wasting it, there are people who are suffering because of hunger, and those people can be taken care. And that was a beautiful project I just want to share with you all. And what are the solutions to this? And the retailer need to work towards the reduction of food waste upstream of the food supply chain by making use of the negotiation power and use the different ways to dispose the food which cannot be sold, can given to food banks or can be converted into other products, or to wastage of the fruits and vegetables which having and the quality issues. What they say that um, can be prevented, and it can be generated to other foods possible. So even ugly foods or cosmetic foods or upcycled foods are promoted in United Kingdom or in solutions to fight food wastage. In United States, although a few markets have begun to sell ugly food in select locations, and some places, significant food is still being wasted due to the cult of perfection that's happening. But ugly food movement has been underwhelming in some places, even though a lot of things are happening. And another thing is ugly foods, or these foods with they think having bruises can be sold at a discounted price in the market to promote positive perception of these imperfect looking foods. A lot of positive psychological connection between consumers and ugly food need to be established so that the people will can buy the food in turns, can make into positive reaction to give campaigns to make sure that there's no problem with the nutritional content. People can still buy it. And there is a term known as anthropomorphizing or phasing. So a kind of advertisement, which, for example, some of the vegetables which looks like human, or something which animals which are very close to human, or the birds which are birds which are very close to human, which having the shapes like potatoes or carrots. So this can be used in different advertisement, and this can be showed as advertisement to the people, saying that this is kind of psychological kind of approach where the consumer's purchase intention towards this products can be changed, which leads to greater purchase intention that can be carried out. Encourage consumers' purchasing behavior. Although the odd shapes or sizes might cause some inconvenience when consumer process ugly product, but we can tell them this is highly nutritive and it causes less environmental issues. And environmental protection agencies and USDA in US has had food waste challenge to entice the food industry to reduce food waste by 2030. And they asked the food retailers, food service corporation, and they have different kinds of marketing strategies to solve these issues, and also guiding consumers, and giving, setting good examples where how they can buy this, and they're giving a lot of effective and practical messages to stimulate the sale of ugly food in restaurant operations or food retailing. So we need to take care of a lot of things from the farm to the fork. So that's very important. So the Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations targeted to achieve zero hunger. So this kind of programs will help the world. I know how this food availability can be, managed, and this can reduce the hunger in the world. So the United Nations report that roughly 957 million people out of 93 countries do not have enough food to eat, and can raise that kind of awareness among people and consumers in supermarkets and small stores to create this kind of awareness where a lot of food is getting wasted. And estimates reveal that nearly 33% of total food production is wasted globally. This was like 800 million people into hunger and malnutrition, and we can have to create awareness. And considering nutrition value based on food service sensitive audit, has been observed that discarded ingredient could produce another foodstuff. This can be created to another foodstuff. For example, Rejoice is a company, London-based company. Each year, 400,000 tons of fresh, nutritious fruit vegetables are wasted in the retail industry. So they are equal to like 2.7 billion juicy grams with apple. So the Rejoice teams in London, they set up a London biggest fruit markets and rescue the finest specimen of unsolved fruit. They send their cards, and they will collect all these the food which they consider as non-quality food, or fruits and vegetables which having problems. They will collect it, and they save this food, and they will convert it to other kinds of juices and in other forms which be sold in the market. That's a great way that the Rejoice is doing. So it is considered as karma neutral or carbon negative. So there are other ways. I'm just sharing some of the things, how the potato peels can be turned into potato chips, how a lot of herbs which are available considered spoils, which can be added in the stocks and soups. This is an ugly pickle. This pickle, which is this fruits or vegetables which are considered as not good, they made a pickle out of this, and it's called in market. And the watermelon from the farm, a lot of watermelons are not collected by the suppliers because they consider this as inferior quality, and this made it into a juice, and this is the watermelon water, the brand name, is available nationally, and the company is growing 30% a year. And Barvocado uses the avocado seeds to create the energy bars. And the Chicago-based cold press juice company turns its extra juice pulp into fruits and vegetables filled popsicles. So they collected all these refurb foods, and they makes popsicles. What a great example! The Walmart, one of the great giant company in the US, which deals with groceries and all those things, giant supermarket. So they come out with a slogan like "I am perfect" at 300 stores in Florida. The Apple's having some cosmetic problem like blemishes and the skin, but nutritionally it is very good, and they're able to run this, and they sell it to a much more cheaper rate. And they started selling it. And Walmart smuggles a brand of misshapen potatoes from a supplier in Texas, and they were selling in the season at a discounted price. These are initiatives by Walmart, and there are steps in the production process that consumer never see ugly produce program provide one option for growers who have imperfect looking produce, and frozen fruit bags will be can be done, and they can save this food. And even the sweet potatoes, such as they collected from the farm, they are used for the baking of baked goods. And like Walmart has used like 2 million California sweet potatoes for its popular pies. So whole foods are also used, imperfect produce for its prepared foods, juice and smoothie bars, and a lot of other ways. It also given to food banks or in the local communities. It's a great way of saving these fruits and vegetables. So people has to, another thing is training for food handling that has to be given to the employees by the supervisors, and mentioning them and giving awareness about the storage packing arrangement of the shelves is very important. A lot of international chains has to do that, food handling procedures. And reduce, we need to reduce the food waste. That's very important. Donate to food to shelters, food banks, soup kitchen, and can prepare meals, as we discussed earlier, can prepare meals, and consumers can, or customers can purchase it, and can sell in the groceries as a much reduced discount rate. Create a discount area within their own so that they can offer savings on ugly produce, an item nearing the expiration date. A lot of organizations are there. Endfoodwaste.com was set up. I know that it's over 23% of fruits and vegetables are deemed unsellable. So what can we do? There is an option. They work with the organization, and they can be, and they will collect this food, and and now they and they can work together with the communities, hand in hand with the governments and the supermarkets, and they can do, they can do a lot of things for the society, um, and these solutions can be created. And the the reducing food wastage, we can do a lot of things. Even the supermarkets should don't overstock the shelves. They should advertise specifically on an ugly produced brand. Same how Walmart and Intermart France is doing. You can use technology to find the modern inventory management software, so that during the shipment and other things, the food is not wasted, the fruits are not wasted, the vegetables are not wasted. And they can partner with food donation programs and establish charities like Feeding America, Feeding Korea, things like that. And can create a lot of awareness campaigns among the people, among the support of the government, the government, the organization, the people, all should work in hand with the government support. A lot of things can be done. And opening an alternative market for the refurb food, or to reduce the waste, that's another way. Or very closely working with the farmers market can be done. So as a conclusion, it creates a lot of economical issues when the foods are wasted. A combination of new structures, the roles, gaining consumer precision, recovery, and reuse is needed to reduce the food wastage. And there should be a good process enhancement and interface management is needed to facilitate food refurbishment. And thus we can show the value of the real food, which have cosmetic problems, and this can be used for human consumptions. And thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity. Have a great conferencing. Thank you.
네, 소지 쿠발라 크리슈네 플라이 조교님의 발표 잘 들었습니다.
Your presentation. So he is also joining our conference by Zoom. The professor Soji has been talking about the recognition of the way to recover. How can we consume the ugly food from the distribution? And all this recognition, we need to find the solution from the business section. And he has also touched upon this item. And also we will just lead this category to make people consume more ugly food. So it is time we need to discuss more deeply. So we will have the president present. So we would like to invite President Choi Soo-gun on the stage, and Kim Dong-seok, Professor Park Ki-hong, Professor Bae Keum-kwang, please be on the stage. And President Choi Soo-gun is the chair of our forum. Please come on to the stage. And also our Presentator Soji Kopala Pillai is online to attend the discussion. Hello, good morning. I am Choi Soo-geun, the president. I am the chair of the forum. Kim Dong-seok, the professor. And the professor from Dongi University, Choi Keum-kwang. And Professor Kim Park-ki-hong from Useok University. So as I heard the representation, I just was so surprised that you have been working on this business deeply. What I realized was it's a situation is very similar to Korean market. This is all the theme that we have been working on, discuss more. So Professor Soji touched upon the ugly idea, but I just want to add one more idea that the government should support for more ugly food business. So we will start the discussion. I am Professor Bae Keum-kwang, the Department of Food Science Management of Dongi University. So I've been touch upon the operation of and service recovery strategy, and also the R&D of food science and management. Since after I just have the presentation, to find a solution of these issues, we have to approach by the distribution. At the stage of production, how we consume, we have to think about it. At the second, during the manufacturing, how can we find out the solution for the additional value? And how can we make a promotion to sell? But basically, since after I attend this conference, I just have two ideas. We are keeping saying ugly and imperfect. That's why it has been abandoned. But how can we recognition, we change the image of the ugly and imperfect? First, at the stage of production, we started to have a subscribing system, ugliest. From last year, the ugliest market started to have subscription. And October, we had the platform of ugliness. But those are only limited on B2C. So should be expanded to the other section. Then it will start to have a more consumption. And also the advertisement section. So now everything has been from printed advertisement. Now we are trying to have a visual advertisement. And also the farmer working on live commerce too. It's the processing of distribution and also by the nutrition. We have to prove that is value of products. Then it will very helpful. As a matter of fact, our association tried to find the way how to make the value, how to make the benefits from these productions. We have been only working on the farmers and also agriculture issues, but I would like to touch upon the fishery products. So we have a seaweed jerky from the dynasty of Goryeo. We have been served this to the king. It has been very valuable seafood. In Yeongdeok, the province, we have the crab, the yellow crab, and also the fresh fish. So normally we are using this fresh fish without names only for the fish cakes. And also the crabs which does lost the legs also treat as ugly seafood. So we just create all this ugly seafood to transform as a production. And also while we are trying to make these all products, we have to boil them. The water will pollute the water. It can be a byproduct to pollute water. But this soup can be used for the American soup, which is very popular in America. And this must be another approach to recycling the ugly seafood. And the bones from the fish. So when we grill the fish, the amino acid has been changed and also taste has changed. And also we just abandon and the bones of the fish. But after cooking, we should manufacture the bones of the fish. At the stage of sailing, the restaurant and also we had the meal kits and also camping place that people sell the foods. But this is not only food, but we need to have some kind of presentation, the time and reason and also the merit of the food. We have to put all this one on the value. This morning, we just can make the organic carrot. That was at first ugly food, but we just naming on it that is a fresh organic food that was harvested this morning. As we know, as you are person and human, the perspective of beauty has been changed by the era. So we have to change the ugly, the words ugly, imperfect. We should break the idea of the ugly and imperfective. I fully understand that American source. Before I work at the university, I've been working at the hotel. When we make the American source, we just use the swimming crab and also we just grill the fish and then we just put all the ingredients and then we just make the American sauce. So, Professor, you have been touched upon you are using the refurbished seafood that making American sauce. This idea should goes to the business sector. Thank you. And also we have a Park Ki-young.
Dr. Soji, thank you for your presentation. You pointed out some points. I'd like to talk about how to use a sauce in the processing. And I'd like to touch upon how to promote Korean traditional food refurbishment. In my research team, we can give 2 examples and we can share the opinions. First, Korean Agriculture Promotion Agency studied some vegetables, chili. Actually, in Korea, we consume chili raw. Recently, it had more additional values and functions. As your presentation, we can categorize eatable and non-eatable parts. And we can see the food waste of cost. I think we have to add more values with the function. We can see the high value. And it's a type of a solution. we can make a chili powder through the refurbished food. In a long time, we just used the flesh of chili, but we found out that the seed of chili has also nutrition. So our research team is studying some chili with losing weight and other functions, and we can extract oils from the seed of chili and we can make the sauce for more functions. We have interest to make the value higher than before. Also, we can use those extracted oils as mayonnaise or other sauces. It can be developed not only for B2C business, but also for B2B business as well. Nowadays, management method of company has also changed. Now we are focusing on ESG management. I think it can be a type of way of ESG management. In general, we just think that we can develop a simple development of food. However, we can advance to develop more high value added products.
수고하십니다.
Thank you. So the seed of pepper has been researched many.
We can extract oils from seed of chili. We can also turn into mayonnaise or other products. We continue to do a research.
씨가 그
So I have been listening to the presentation from Professor Sozi and also both of you. So we have been thinking about the wage of workers. So haven't you think about it? I think it's a quite high wage for people. It is very busy to selling all these products, and also not only for that, for the wage and all these things that we have to think about it. We might have to ask Dr. Suzy.
In the process, more process led to the cost without automation. As the professor mentioned, we have to think about labor cost as well. However, we can see the automated process for producing chili, but we can add just more step to use refurbished food.
So we have to think about the environment and all these things we haven't touched upon. The one of the important thing is just issuing the issue is not important. We have to be realistic. We have to find the solution in the real state. So that means we can make more progress and go furthermore. So we will have Kim Dong-seok professor, the Department of Seafood Economics Sauce from Yeongnam University. So I would like to touch upon the processor of the manufacturing on agriculture section. The ugly products, we are using the words ugly products, the colors, and also the nutrition, the appearance. If you have a better appearance, that you can sell them with the high price. But unless if we just have the products which doesn't have imperfect shapes, then for a long time, Korean government has been invest a lot of budget for the agriculture, the manufacturing. And also we just try to robotic processing. Not only for that, we have been working on how we produce the better and nutritions. But the rear, it was not sufficient. For example, apples. So when we start the harvest, we only select only the better shapes with the higher price. But when we have some apples which had a little bit of scars and or a little bit of the dancing, then we just sell them in the lower price. Just 10 years before, in the farm, we just only sell them at the farmers. They just sell to each other. But when we steam or we heat the heat, then when you are trying to manufacturing them and on the processing of the cooking, we just lost the nutrition and also the flavor and the color is gone. But 2017, from 2017, the local government has started to have some center that we are manufacturing the products such as agriculture and also fisheries. And from 1920, we started to have more processing of the manufacturing in business sector. But the farmers, they have no idea, they have no technique to how to manufacturing the apples. That's only adding the heat. And we need to find the solution to how can we make the extract. And also what can we do the byproducts after extraction. And also when you just make the extraction, we just have some kind of leftover down at the bottom. That has a lot of nutrition like a cellulose, like a fiber. We need to have to find a way to how to get rid of this one. The technique to extraction is education needed. Not only for that, we just thinking of the sanitary, the concept. So we need to have a more education, like a programs to find out the solution for the sanitary proceeding. So this is we need to find the program for the manufacturing and also for the academia and also business sector. They have to work together. Then we can upgrade our refurb business. Last year, the report from the Gyeongsam University, we have been touched upon the growth of the agriculture business sector. 280 business sector has been raised from mostly 1,000 person to 4,000 person employees. And also, they just had the growth of 40 tons. And also they made the mostly billion US dollar. So we need to, a lot of people are focusing on pay attention to the processing process of the manufacturing. And the products were actually from the ugly food they just processing. As for example, sweet potato. So ugly potato was selling at the lower price. But recently, we had a lot of products from snacks and also dried potato. But the business sector started to mash them and squeeze them. And also they just remanufacturing these ugly foods. But the consumer wants to have a more manufacturing agricultural products. That's one of the reasons that we are working on the processing. So this apple juice. So apple goes for only juice or go for sauce. So when we make dressing or when we make the sauce and the juices, that the flavor has, for example, when we make the teriyaki sauce, we just use the extraction from the apples to control the sweets and also the souring. I think we can do that with the apples. So this means less using sugars. So by using these refurbished products, this means the consumer should recognize that these products has a better integration ingredient. So we need to have change the consumer's idea. And also we just have to use ugly food, apples or the other vegetables for the shoes. We need to modify for extraction. Then consumers will have a different idea, because in this point we need to have a design of the packing. We need to work on this. So we have been talking about this idea with the Soji and also the professors.
푸드 리퍼브에 대한 종합적인 의견.
I'd like to propose my whole concept of opinion for food refurbishment. We have to change our awareness and simpler processing. But technically, not only for using the normal product, but also we can add more high developed technology, and we can add more values and functions to the refurbished food. For example, the source market, we can use more refurbished food, and we can solve the problem.
For example, the shrubs, we just can use the outside of the shrubs. And also
고춧가루를 만들려면 한국 음식
we can make the chili seed to make a chili pepper powder. For a year, we just abandoned 9 tons of chili seed. So we have to think about the money that we spent only abandon this chili seed. But if you just make for oil from that, then we just can renew all the aspects of the fabric products. So let's talk about all this one with Dr. Soji. So do you have any question to Dr. Soji? I have actually no question, but I would like to ask you a question. Dr. Soji, you just offered a lot of method for the solutions. I hope you just touch upon the wage and how can we make promotion with the government. I would like to touch upon this one, Dr. Soji.
For that wonderful question. I just want to tell you, I was working in Sultanate of Oman, and one day when I went to I'm a chef by profession, and I was teaching culinary. I went to the kitchen. I see a lot of chicken. I know some of the imperfect chicken. Sometimes the winglet is cut. Sometimes the drumstick is having some kind of problem. So the principal came and told, Sauji, we got this chicken from the farm. Like this chicken, they cannot sell it, but this can be used for the culinary students, for their training. They want to cut the chicken into different pieces, cut into 8 pieces or different. So this chicken we were using for training purpose. So normally, this institute was supported by the government, and the government was collecting for the farmers, and they were given a very minimal price for that, because the market price is very less for this kind of chicken. So this was used in the culinary for creating dishes, and eventually when the customers dine in the restaurant, they will sell it. So I just was thinking about when you share, when you ask about how government can support. So government, there is there is a way that the farmers has to be connected. not like what I believe is the government, the voluntary organizations, the community, and the industry should work hand in hand, to how we can use this ugly products, or refurb this. First of all, what I think what government should do, this should be the part of curriculum, the students' curriculum when they are at the school. And normally we say, about beautiful products, apples should be like this. It should be in the curriculum saying that this much of products are getting wasted. See, the farmers are the backbone. So really, they come out with a lot of, they are struggling a lot, and they are coming out with products. At the end, these products are getting wasted. So the awareness has to be created from the school itself. So I think that's the number one thing. The awareness should be created from the school itself. This much wastage is there. There are hunger is a big problem around the globe, and how these products are processed, and this can be given to the human community. So that should be I think that should be the first thing. And another thing is government initiatives to conduct a lot of competitions, culinary competitions. This can be done because you can because as I shared in my presentation, I worked with when I was working in Malaysia in one of the university there. They worked with organizations, supermarkets, and they collect these ingredients, and they prepare out of these ingredients, these ugly products that we mentioned. They will come out with the dishes and all, and we can conduct a lot of competitions in different areas. For example, Korea, we can divide into different zones, and just to create awareness, different competitions, culinary competitions, different kinds of food-based competitions can be conducted to create awareness among the people. So government support is normally needed. Yes.
잘 알았습니다. 아주 제가
Thank you so much for your idea. I have been with a lot of doctors, but I think you are the best. What I want to add is when you are doing the training system for the cooks, chefs, that is also a good idea for us too. That I'm sure that this will lead the good result. So do you have an additional idea? So at the end of the discussion that I have been touched upon, everything has been changed, depend on the eras. When I was a kid, my parents managed a sashimi restaurant. One day, we had a flood. The next day, we just got for the auction for the flounder. We had the natural flounder at the auction site. That has a same shape. Most of the flounder doesn't have different shapes. So since that time, we started to have standardized that the size of the fish, the words ugly, and also standardization. We need to change our fixed idea on ugly in perspective. We have to shift the idea from ugly to organic. So the government should invest for us to change, to shift the idea of the ugly to perfect, ugly to organize. We need to make more advertisement, public advertisement on it. I think we will make a good progress on this. So we have been keeping on ugly, imperfect, but we need to change the words. So a few days ago, I watched the television. So that we say we have been sell off products. So we need to using no words like ugly, imperfect. So people doesn't want to buy something imperfect. So our academia, what we have to do is to change the concept and also the words from ugly to the organic. We need to say fresh. that time I just realized that the concept and the words of the expression is very important. So I just want to know, how do you express the words?
수지 씨하고 한번
I would like to ask you, do you have any expression for the ugly products in the better words?
이거 안 되는 거
Yeah,
같아요.
that's a very good question, Professor. Like when we say about gifted students, we say the students who having normally they have some kind of problems. We say as a gifted students. So I think the terminology what you said is very important. So we have something like gifted food, some that we have to set some good terminologies because when people search about this, it's very hard to find. We have to coin some terminologies which say, which can be used, rather than we use ugly or perfect or things like that. The terminology. That's a very good question. That maybe that can be one of the first objective when these organizations or we all can do together. So which wordings can well define these kind of products, gifted products, or more inverted good products, something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. For the last but not least, the Professor Kim Dong-seok, just make the conclusion for us. So, Dr. Soji, as you mentioned, the farmer, manufacturing, this is not all. We need to have the support from the academia and also from the government. All four sectors have to work together. And also, the important thing is a recognition of the idea of the ugly. So, eco-friendly and also organ-friendly, we need to have the different words for that. And also various type of products, which is thinking of the needs from the consumer. This is the way to create the added value. So we need to all cooperate to each other for the added value sector. So our academia in Korea have been attend the food refurb, and our university, Yongsan University, also will try to work on changing the concept of the ugly or imperfect, and we will try to work on it. Thank you so much. Thank you for your idea. So we have had that section by the President Choi Soo-gun. We just try to find out the create economic value. Thank you for Dr. Soji, Kim Dong-seok Professor, Professor Bae Soo-gung, and also Park Ki-young Professor. Thank you. So I hope you just enjoy our sessions, the educational, the training for the technology, and all these needed. So especially we have to thinking about the R&D of the food repurp, like red crab and also the chili pepper seed. So we need to find out how do we make the traditional Korean type sauce with the old food refurb products. We will have just a little bit of a breather. We will start to have more session after. Then we will have the awarding ceremony, and also we will have another session. I hope you enjoy your break time. I will see you later. Thank you so much.
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
May I have your attention, please? We are about to host the awards of capstone competition for food refurbishment development. We will start soon.
부산
Now it's time to start the award ceremony of capstone competition for food refurb product development. Before the conference organized yesterday, we hosted competition targeting YSU students. Among them, 5 teams will receive the award. First, an organizer, CEO Kim Hee-sun of JSB Tour and Mice, will present award to winners. Give her a big round of applause. First, Ms. Kang Joo-hyang come to the stage. 5 students will receive the award in total today. The award. This award is given to Kang Joo-hyang for her achievement in the capstone competition in the 2022 Busan International Food Refurb Conference, hosted by JSB Tour and Mice, October 23rd, 2022, Secretariat of Food Refurb Conference. Then we will take a commemorative photo. She worked hard on came up with an idea. Next, Ms. Jeon Joo-hyun come to the stage. Give her a big round of applause. The award, the same as the previous. Congratulations. Then we will take a commemorative photo together with CEO. Congratulations on receiving the award. Next, Woo Jun-seok come to the stage. Yoon Dong-gi and Kim Won-jae come to the stage. Award, the same as the previous. Congratulations on the winning of the award. Then Yoon Dong-gi will win the award. Award, the same as the previous. Give him a big round of applause. He came up with a new idea in the competition. Last, Mr. Kim Won-jae will win the award. Award, the same as the previous. Congratulations. Give him a big applause. We are taking a photo. Now we will take a commemorative photo with all of the winners. We've organized the second time of Busan International Food Refurb Conference, and we will confirm the idea and willingness of students in this event. Give them a big round of applause again. Now we ended the competition award. I'd like to appreciate CEO Kim Hee-sun. Now, we saw and congratulated on the winning of the award in the competition. They tried to develop and research the new development of products. Many people have interest in the new product, and we can identify the new product. First, the student developed a recipe using the tomatoes. We will invite the presenter.
Good morning. It is nice to meet you. I am Kang Joo-hyun, the student of University. What we have worked on for the food refurb that we have been working together with the food refurbished products from Kijang market. First of all, we will talk about the food refurb. Food refurb doesn't matter with the taste, but the shape or appearance makes the price gets worse. The trend we need to food refurb is one of the most important thing is environment. We have to think about the greenhouse gas emission. But in the world, the 1/3 of the production which was produced in Earth has been treated. And this also caused the global hunger. And some of them, they just go rotten and emit the methane. And also, we need to pay cost for the discard. And so this, to prevent the discarded products, and this will help the environment, and also we can establish the environment. As a aspect of the farmers, that was possible that they didn't need to discard the products, and also consumers can purchase products with a good price. In Korea, the discarded products in 1910, 13,465 tons are discarded one day. And in 2018, 14,470 tons has been wasted. So by the Minister of Environment and Agriculture Foods, they have been working on the number that is 15,680 tons per every day has been discarded. So we are treat with the environment. The ratio of the ugly food, the production is, they have 14% more. So one of the reasons we discarded all these products is because of the shapes. Because the appearance doesn't meet the standardization of the consumer, and also the drops of the demand of products. So we have a lot of robust products, the agricultural products, and also because of the COVID-19, people stayed at home and the consuming has been dropped. So let's see the trend of 2020. In 2020, so we just working on 1% per one house. Owing to the COVID-19, we started to pay attention to our health, and we just wanted to have a full of nutrition, and we just want to fill our body with the good nutrition for immune system, and this could help for our mental health. the environment, the eco-friendly. People search for the eco-friendly food. Because of the environmental crisis, many people just started to think of the eco-friendly foods. And the house of the one person lives in one house, so they just want to have not a big amount of food. In the 2020 December, we have 2,040,000 houses, and currently we have a lot of people wants to eat alone. And we will touch upon the food refurb products from Kijang. We are concentrate on tomato. One of the reason they discard the tomato has blemish, and also the shape doesn't meet the customer's standards. So when we are transport and distribution, we have a lot of discarded tomato. It has been increased, and the colors and also the imported tomato makes drop of the demand. The jamon and other grapefruits of the import of the products make the drops of the consuming tomato. By this tomato, we just made the tomato cream cheese basil cake and tomato yogurt smoothie. So in the ingredients and also the grams to make all these dishes. This is the processor of the culinary. The one of our purpose of the food refurb, that is try to change the awareness of the customers on food refurb. And also providing the eco-friendly food. This will be helpful for all the consumer. And when 20s wants to work looking for the cafe, and from 20 to 30, we are working on 20 to 40. So this is our analysis. So all the foods that people, consumers and people try to eat the food refurbished food is only small little people knows that to make a better Korea, we need to working on the food refurbishment.
잘 들었습니다.
Thank you for your presentation. And we can make a new recipe using the wasted tomato, and it is special because it uses special tea in Gijang County.
So next we will have a recipe of the strawberry. The representative, please come on the stage.
Good afternoon. I'd like to talk about the new recipe using strawberries for food refurbishment. Before my presentation, I'd like to talk about the definition of food refurbishment. Food refurbishment means that the food with ugly appearance should be purchased to make a new product in a new trend. Food refurb is not only to use abandoned materials, but also to protect environment. Food refurb is a combination of food and refurbishment. The ingredient doesn't have any problems. However, with the ugly appearance, it sometimes are abandoned. According to the FAO, the bad appearance led to be abandoned more than 1,000 tons. It affects the worldwide, and we cannot expect the pollution in the world. Therefore, other countries do the movement for food refurb. Domestically, in Korea, we have also interest to have food refurbishment. We tried to make a new recipe using strawberries. First, the main target customer of my recipe is 20 to 30s, MZ generation. They are environment conscious consumers who is a frequent consumer to consume dessert and beverage. Now, those ages 40s and 50s also consume those products together with their children. So we said the target customers are from 20s to 50s. We can check the trend. As COVID led people to shop online, those of 50s and 70s have used online market continuously. Consumers want to maintain their health, and they are exploring the new lifestyle. This trend will continue. During the corona pandemic, people want to improve immunity and prevent diseases. And when shopping groceries, they find a healthy diet. We found out the new menus that uses strawberries. Those in their 20s and 30s are a main customer of dessert. Beverage is also menus that is made of strawberries. Strawberries can be mixed with other fruits. For example, one agency tried to promote distribution of strawberries. Korean strawberries is popular among other countries. However, strawberries with ugly appearance is less likely to be sold. So the authorities collaborated with other franchise brand online, and they are selling the ugly strawberries for beverage. We developed recipes using strawberries. The reason why we select those menus is that liqueur, French pie, mochi are easily to be made using ugly strawberries. I'd like to talk about how to cook. First, strawberry mochi can be made when we make a cream and use the cream frozen, and we can make the dough of sweet rice. As for French pie, we can use medium weight flour, water, yolk, sugar, and make it and bake in the oven. We can make strawberry liqueur, lipid layers of 30% of strawberries with sugar. we can look into the details of the strawberry puree recipe. This is for mochi. We took a picture and we made it person. This is a recipe of French pie. This is a recipe for strawberry liqueur. Like this, we try to develop new recipes using ugly strawberries. The bad appearance cannot be the reason to be wasted. Thank you for my presentation.
Thank you for the presentation, Chun Ji-hyun. So many of our consumer loves strawberry, so we could recognize that I really want to taste it. The first presentation was about the economic revolution in the regional area. The second one is the strawberry, which everybody likes, but we just have more recipes to produce regardless of age or gender. Now the next work of art prize is about the rice. We invite the presentation on the stage.
안녕하십니까. 푸드 리퍼브
Good afternoon. I'd like to give a presentation about developing a recipe for rice in this conference. Before my presentation, I will cover all of the items of my presentation. First, definition and necessary of food refurbishment, and the ingredient in Gijang County, and the reason why rice is wasted, and product recipe. I'd like to talk about definition of food refurb. The previous presenter also gave an explanation. Those with same taste and nutrition, but with bad appearance of ingredient, we can buy them and make it a new product in this trend. The food refurbishment has started in 2014. The French supermarket started the campaign of carrot. Ugly carrot doesn't have any problems putting into a soup. This trend has become expanding. In the UK, ugly veggie box was sold, and the US also sold ugly product at a discounted price. In Korea, we have also a seller who sells refurbished food. They only package the product with a box. In Denmark, there is a Refurb supermarket. They also deal with other products, except for produce. I'd like to touch upon the necessity of food refurb. We can see the three factors. First, environmentally, food waste can pollute the environment. Also, it causes the cost and emissions. Every year, the US see 20% of their food because of its appearance. Economically, the US spent 200 trillion won to deal with the food waste. Globally, 1.3 tons of food are wasted due to its appearance. Socially, we can see many children in Africa die of hunger. Also, they are suffering from malnutrition. It's a social problem. If we reduce the food waste thanks to the food refurbishment, we can improve the environment and save the cost to deal with waste. Also, it can be expanding to social issues. In order to develop a new recipe, we focused on Gijang County in Busan City, and we checked out all of the ingredient that is dumped or the usage has decreased. Gijang produces chives, fragrant mushrooms, tomatoes, carrots, and rice. And we selected rice because in Korea, rice is overproduced. And we can choose a variety of ways to cook rice. First, I'd like to explain why rice was overproduced. This year, rice was overproduced by 10%. According to the Statistics Korea, it increased by 1.4%. Moreover, due to the price hike and the government support, many people started to plant rice. In addition, global warming and temperature increase made overproduction. Also, the consumption in rice has decreased. First, people don't have to consume rice. Long ago, physical activity was important in the agricultural industry. However, recently, due to service industry was booming, the rice consumption has decreased. Second, rice consumption has dropped because other menus were developed except for using rice. Also, the cheaper menus with flour and others are popular now. And some media made a bad image for white rice. Due to the pandemic, rice consumption has a little bit increased. However, the trend continued. We aim at being helpful to farming houses. Before developing recipe, we did a research for eating out trend. First, purple ocean dining, home meals replacement, and other trends are occurring. Second, we can see the marketings. Celebrities and prominent figures started marketing to promote products. They are targeting for potential customers. Lastly, those who do faster can only survive in the market. In the delivery market, there is a ghost restaurant. We developed the recipe using rice. We tried to make bao. It's a Chinese bread. A flour bread is a type of bao. Bread is easily frozen and easily be distributed. And we can make this product as a homemade meal or meal kit. Also, it is uncommon in Korea and we can easily market this product. However, the Chinese food is popular in Korea, so we can make it as a delivery product. Also, it is made of rice. The ugly rice has the same taste. We try to plain use the old or ugly rice. We can grind the old rice. And we expected that the quality management is easier. This is how to make bao sandwich. We can create fillings together with cooking wine, garlic, ginger, and wealthy onions and others. Rice doesn't create gluten, and it doesn't soften. However, it is a little bit chewy. During the process to develop, we realized that we can change the filling. Also, it is easily to turn into homemade meal kit or delivery food. And we realized the affection of environment, and we changed our perception. The members of our research team changed our awareness due to this class and competition. And I hope this opportunity will serve as an opportunity to change the awareness of many people and farming house. Thank you.
네, 우준석 학생.
Thank you for your presentation. The consumption decrease in rice. We can solve this problem through making bao sandwich. I think it's a good food for home meal kit. Now, we can look into the recipe using pregnant mushroom. Give the presenter a big round of applause.
Good morning, good afternoon. I am in charge of the presentation, Yoon Dong-gi. The theme that we are dealing with is trying to develop the recipe of the fragrance mushroom. Before we will touch upon what is food refurb. Food refurb is there is no problem with the taste and the nutrition, but because of the malformation and also the blemish, people doesn't want to buy. But we will just try to revitalize the food, and this helps the environment. So I will show you the example of the food refurb. Globally, in Asta, the global company of England, they just have a campaign for the ugly food, and also they just take the attention from the consumer. In the U.S., Walmart and Kroger, they just purchase the ugly food, and they are selling at the 30 to 50% at the lower price. It also pay attention to the consumers. In Korea, we had the television program. That was the place where the Meet the Taste. Park Jung-won, the chef, he just asked for the help for the ugly potato. After that, 430% has been erased. And since after, we started to have a new point of view of the ugly food. Even at the universities, we started to deal with the food refurb. And also, we just can also buy at lower price, like $3 and $4. Say students can enjoy the demonstration of the cook. And this also helps for the discarded the trash. In foreign country, we just have been wasting a lot of discarded ugly food, more than 15,000 tons. In America, 20% of the foods were all discarded food. So in this case, I can say that this is one of the most important things that we have to working on the food refurb. One of the reasons that we choose the fragrance mushroom, the middle-aged class love this one, but the younger age doesn't want it. And in foreign country, the consuming of the mushroom is higher, but in Korea, the consuming is very low because of the taste and of the shapes and the texture. So we need to have a new awareness of the mushroom, and also try to reduce the amount of the discarded mushroom. That's why we choose the mushroom. So the expectation by using the mushroom in food refurb. So that is for the try to remove the image from the 20 to 30 ages. And so we just want to have to reborn of the mushroom, and also try to enhance the former farmers and for the economic enhance, and also try to meet the consumers' standardization. So we just had the recipe by using the mushroom, the red mushroom soup, and also mushroom powder. So I would like to touch upon the mushroom powder pasta. So we just made the pasta with the powder of the mushroom, eggs, salt, and also the powder of the mushroom. And we just made the fettuccine pasta. With this pasta, it was not enough. So that's why we just put the powder in the cream. To regard of the nutrition, we also touch on we just use the shrimps. And also we just had the idea from the members. Instead of in members, we just put the shrimps and the mushrooms. As a result, the taste isn't that much hard, but the pasta became the good taste in the culinary. The second one is the mushroom soups. When you normally we are using a lot of chicken stocks, but we just use the mushroom. So normally we use the mirugoa, but we just use the mushroom. We just grill the mushroom for a long time and added chicken stocks. And then we just blend it, and we just use the nut and salt and pepper to make it better taste. At the end, we just whipping until the cream comes up and a half, and seasoning with the paprika. As a result, the creamy and also the texture made the better taste of the food. So we just use the lower part of the mushroom salad. Normally like a chicken tender So we just fry the bottom of the mushroom. So we just cut them, slice them for the eating better. The dressing is for we use the sesame dressing that is Korean people love in, and also we just added the soy sauce for mushroom taste. We just put the frozen mushrooms, and with the sauce full of the taste, and also the crispy of the fried of the mushroom, it had a better place, and the texture was better than as we expected. So it was a reborn of the lower part of the mushroom. With this street recipe, we have to think about the direction of the business. So we're just focusing on the 20 to 30 ages for one family. We had some image of the mushroom has a good ingredient. These ingredients are good for health. So a person who lives alone needs this food to try to think of their nutrition. And pasta and salad we can sell them individually. Sometimes we can just put them on the sets. And also we will have a lower price because of we use the food refurb. So those people who doesn't want to cook can enjoy this food. So we can also set them all at the one full set, and people can buy at the lower price. And the image that we just discarded of the mushroom, this will change the image of the food. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We can change the awareness or perception of mushrooms. Also, it can become a business model targeting for Generation MZ. And we can combine all of the menus. Now, we will have the third presenter. Now, we will look into the recipe using a pear. Good afternoon. I'm Kim Won-jae of Yongsan University. Good afternoon. I'd like to talk about food refurbishment. I'm Kim Won-jae of YGU Yongsan University. First, I'd like to talk about the definition of food refurbishment. During producing the food, there are many food wasted due to its appearance. Also, it causes pollution and cost. To solve this problem, we can use the wasted food and make a new recipe using it. I'd like to talk about the necessity of food refurbishment. We can see the 2 points. Economically, when we dispose of food, we can save the money. Also, we can sell the new product for profit economically. Also, we can see the point of environment. We can reduce the food waste and we can reduce the methane and we can protect environment. Lastly, one of the benefits of food refurb is the variety of menus, and we can increase the variety of menus on the table. We selected Asian pear to do food refurbishment first. The recipe for Asian pear is limited. Also, the Asian pear is on a higher price, so we'd like to try to develop a new menu. First, the Asian pear are wasted due to its malformation. Second, the COVID-19 led to consumers less likely to buy them. Due to these reasons, my team wanted to add value and increase competitiveness of a product. Also, we found a commercial area that afford to buy. Now we can see the dessert market is emerging. Thanks to this trend, we can make a new product as a dessert. This is a recipe of our product. We received the feedback. And we can complement our product to sell. It will have a commercial value. In the future, I hope many products are developed using refurbished food for economic profit.
It was the last presentation from Kim Hyun-jae. It was very impressive by using the pear. We have a lot of, it is this information pass, but it is go beyond as a local specialty. It will be the representative food of the area. So we have watched the 5 presentation for the works of the winner prize. Please give them a big round of applause. So they are just working on and moving on with the same direction with us. It is very hopeful. So why don't you give us attention to them, because they would like to working with us in the future. So we will just finish the work of the artist prize winner, and so we will moving on to the last session. The awareness of the food refurb will be discussed later. I hope you just work with us. We will also have a break.
제가 알겠습니다. This is English channel. This is English channel. 네, 이렇게 하고 지금
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be here with you for the International Food Refurb Conference.
May I have your attention, please? We are about to begin the third session of the Busan International Food Refurb Conference at 3 p.m. We will start the third session of the Busan International Food Refurb Conference at 3 p.m. You are cordially be seated. We will start the final session of the Busan International Food Refurb Conference. During the conference, we continue to think about how to improve our awareness. This time, we will talk about the way in detail. The Korean Society of Food Science and Nutrition and other experts will cover this topic. We will invite President Ryu Gi-hyung of the Korean Society of Food Science and Nutrition.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am the president of Korean Society of Food and Science Nutrition. It is real in autumn and also clear sky and the ocean. We opened 2022 Busan International Food Refurb Conference. I really appreciate and I would like to extend my congratulatory to them. And the technology of proceeding, manufacturing and storage, those who are interested in. All this information based in the food refurb should be the place where meet all together. I would like to extend my appreciation to JSB Tour and MICE. Professor Lee Min-yeon in Yongsan University and Chair Jung Yuna and Park Sung-soo from Jeju Island, Jo-sik from Gyeongsan University, Professor, and Lisa, Professor from Yongsan University. I would send my appreciation. We have a very security of the food is very important because of the Ukrainian crisis. And also the environment of global has been changed. So at this aspect, the place where we exchange our information about the food is very meaningful and important for us. Would have a lot of expectation on this conference. So furthermore, through the food conference in Busan, and it should be helpful to change the awareness of the food, refurb food, and also for the government to stride on our efforts. And recycling our products and also the regard of the greenhouse gas effect and the starve of the world will be very helpful to support for all those people, for the consumers. From the business sector, we would like to share all the information through the Food Refurb conference. And also we would like to recover the value of the food refurb through this conference. So we would like to show the way for the best way to the food refurb from our conference. And also our International Food Reference Conference goes beyond to the world and became the milestone of this food in refurb.
Thank you for your congratulatory remarks. The final session includes also the meaningful remarks. This time, we can touch all of the sessions in this conference. And we will invite the presenter, Professor Park In-myung of Department of Food and Culinary Art of Yongsan University.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'm touch upon the improvement of the quality and awareness of food refurb products. I am Jang Yun-hwa, professor, the Department of the Food Science and Culinary Art. It is an honor for me to attend all this kind of food refurb international conference. Today, I will make the presentation. The value consumption, the good consumption, and also awareness of the ugly food and distribution. In America, annually, 20% of the agricultural products has been discarded because of the appearance. It's the same in Korea, similar ratio. Owing to the appearance, 20% of the carrots, peach and pear, 25% has been discarded. The food trash through the year. So 1/3 of the global consumption, that is about 13 tons. It's enormous numbers. This food trash will be dumped, so it start to go rotten and also create methane. This methane will 21 times worse than carbon oxide, and 10% of the greenhouse gas covered by the methane. We are confront of the environmental problem and also for the climate crisis. These abundant agricultural products also take one part in it. As you are aware that we have a lot of abundant products from the agriculture part. So I think the food is also have a lookism. The enormous amount of the products that has been abandoned in 2014. L'Intermarché in French, they just made the campaign ugly carrot. It doesn't matter if it goes into the soup. So they just wanted to promote to consuming of the ugly food. From our conference, we have been talking about these issues. The appearance is actually not like the original products, and also immense of the expiry date, but their nutrition cannot be any better. So we are here to present. The definition of the food refurb. Let's touch upon it. So we said refurb. As we know, that is the products that we just displaced for a long time, and there's some kind of returned products and have the blemish part, and they are selling at the lower price. So have you ever tried this? Such as furniture. The food refurb means food as a food that we are make, and replacement that is for the re-support. So we just made the new words refurbish. And by using and also actively purchasing, by this, we just can create new value of the products. When we speak in Korean, 못난이 농산물, that is ugly agriculture products and the B-level agriculture products. So 만난이 means ugly but tasty. And also Ministry of the Culture and the Authority and the National Institute of Korean Language, also they just had the new words, recycling of the food and nutrition. While I was preparing this presentation, I just wanted to find out some words for food instead of food refurb. So recycling the food nutrition must be the one good example. So I hope you just try to find the new words for the food refurb. So we need to actively purchase those products which has been refurbished. It can be, we say, the value consumption. So this means if you just think that is available, then you are willing to pay for the products, unless you just want it to be economy and you just want to reasonable consumption. So the food refurb is one of the example of the value-added consumption. So we will touch upon the global food refurb. I mentioned before, in France started the food refurb. I just touch up on it. In United Kingdom, the Asda, that is a global chain company, they had the wonky veggie box. And these take the attention of the consumers. And they also had the real junk food products. They just made the new food with the sell-by date is almost done. They don't fix the price. The consumer consume, and also people eat the food, and then they will think. They just estimate the price. They set up the price, then we just choose the price. And also in America, They are do the real junk food project in 1,000 shops, and also they just reduce the amount of the trash. In United States, like Walmart and Kroger, they sell the refurbished food in 30 to 50% lower price. And also farmers also deliver the door-to-door services. In Denmark, with food in Denmark, the Second Life in Canada, they have a Refurb supermarket. The food Refurb has been donated, and they are selling 30 to 50% cheaper, and also this benefit goes to the lower income people and also developing country. In Japan and Australia also attend this event, and they are trying to sell the food Refurb products. All the interest and the consumption was only take place in advanced country, but this is we have to think about the environment and also carbonite free. So I hope every country take interest in the food Refurb for the future. Then let's try to take a note on our Korean market. In Naver, I just searched the food Refurb in Naver. We had the online shopping mall and platform. The several of them, the Ugly Earth and the Hello Korea, Yes Us. It was not so many, but many of them, they just started to have the food Refurb business. There can be a new blue ocean in the business sector. For example, Ugliest, 2020, October. For the first time, they started to describe the services as with the ugly food box. They have 18,000 subscribers. And for the Marxy supermarket, so many people, if you have any chance to purchase the ugly food from the Big Mart, the Home Plus, they had the ugly but tasty. They have 134 shops in 2020. They started to sell 8 different veggies. Lotte Mart named the coexistent fruit, and they sell the ugly fruits. They are selling at 25% lower. And E-Mart, for example, they sold ugly potato. I'm sure that you have saw in the television program, the chef Baek Jong-won, he tried to sell the ugly potato. So he called the owner of E-Mart asking help. So E-Mart accepted Baek Jong-won's idea, and they were selling around $7 per kilo. So a lot of people, a lot of consumers, they just had, okay, we will help the Korean farmers, and they just wanted to take one important role to help the farmer. So they just sold out in a day. Since after that, we had the ugly potato, as I tried to survey. In a Big Mart, they had frequently they just had some kind of events, pop-up events. They are selling the ugly foods. The cyber exchange in Korea agro-fishery food trade and operation. They just had the producer of the strawberry and also famous franchise company. They just had the corporation. They are selling ugly strawberry not only for the strawberry, but also all the other fruits like carrots and all the agricultural products has been sold. The food refurb at this point, I would like to say that is one of the example of the good consumption. After COVID-19, we have high rates and high price. We are living in this world. We started to have a new trend of economic consumption. So that's causes the high interest of the food refurb products. We have a lot of internet platform who is dealing with the ugly foods. Owing to the high rates, this influence the consumption of the agriculture food refurb. Most of people say it has been affected, but only 4.3% thought it was not influenced on that. 65.9% of ugly food people, 65.9 people has experienced purchased the ugly food within 6 months. I also had the experience that I've purchased the ugly food nutrition. At this aspect of the farmer, that is ugly agriculture products always discarded, but for them it was a very helpful, and also it was a very helpful to negotiate the price with the distributor and company. And also the shopping platform and the big company, they just had to collaborate each other, and also they are working on selling ugly products like the 11th Street Ugly Lovely. They cooperate each other. They had the September 2020 was more than 7 times more than 2021. Not only from agriculture products to fishery products, we started to have selling the mackerel, ribbon fish. So I would like to say this is not only the good consumption, but also for the consumption for living. So Korean survey of the consumption. We made this survey for 2,000 people. The purchase of the ugly agricultural products and also awareness. So those who had the experience of the purchasing of the ugly agricultural products, 20% they have, more than 60% they had experience. And also if they have an idea that will repurchase, 90% of them say yes. And the satisfaction of the purchase, 3.71% satisfied. This is a 74 points. The one of the reason is the taste and the texture and the price. The appearance, actually, as we expected, they had the lower point. The ugly agricultural product, and why they just purchased them. One of the reasons was because the price. So we just also asked their expected price should be more than 50% to 60% lower. And also the 60 to 80%, they just wanted to have the lower price, that is 45.9%. The most of them, they are fruits, and also the potato and sweet potato. continuously, I will talk more about the survey. So we just ask for non-shoppers. From them, we asked if you know the food refurb. Do you have idea? Do you have an intention to buy food refurb? 80% say yes. And the non-shopper, if they don't have aware of the refurb, and we just let them know. If after that we ask if you want to buy the food refurb products, and 65% say yes. So we need active promotion, and also try to shift the awareness of the food refurb. So we just could recognize it from the survey. I will touch upon the sell-by date and use-by date, the agriculture products and manufacturing products. So we have to think about how long can we use. The authority of the food and medicine, the milk should be sell by 10 days. The use by 60 days, that is 50 days. The eggs, and 20 days and 45 days of the difference between sell by date and use by date. They have more than 25 days difference. And also they also had the ramyeon 6 months and 14 months, that is 8 months between them. And also we need to think about the idea that we just labeling use by day, sell by day together. Some place where the weather is so hot, they just have to care for the food can go wrong. So we need to take our concern on this, the labeling the dates. The government and business sector and also academia, they need to cooperate to find the solution for the use by date and sell by date labeling system. So when you're just doing the use by date labeling, this will bring a huge benefit to the business sector. And also we have to vitalize the local food. And then we just can shorten the distribution state. And also we need to have a food donation network from the food bank. So we just can use the food which has almost immense date. And also it is necessary to have information for the consumers about the use by date and sell by date. So this is what I have prepared today. Food refurb is a value-based consumption, good consumption, and also consumption for living. So the interest should be promoted, and also the positive awareness should be extended on food refurb. But these interests and all awareness should be not for the instance, but should be continuous and go into the public. And also the purchase of the satisfaction should be aware positively for food refurb. So we need to make a promotion. So this is what I have prepared. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you for your presentation. We hear the necessity of awareness improvement. Also, we will have a discussion deeply to invite the president. In this discussion, we will invite Professor Park In-myung, Professor Jung Woo-sik, Professor Park Sung-soo, and Professor Lee Jal. We are hosting the Busan International Food Refurb Conference to solve the many issues related to food, such as hunger and pollution and global warming. And your active participation is also required. We will continue the discussion. We will invite the panelists. Professor Park In-myung, Professor Jung Woo-sik, Professor Park Sung-soo, and Professor Lee Jal. And the president will chair the forum. Now we will start the discussion about food refurbishment. Today's chair is Professor Jung Yoon-hwa. I will hand over the microphone.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are having Korean Society of Food Science and Nutrition. And also we have touched upon the direction of the improvement of the quality and awareness of the food refurb. So really appreciate the presentation. So I would like to introduce the professor, the Gyeongbuk University, and Professor Park Sung-soo from Jeju University Department of Food and Nutrition. And Lee Jal, assistant professor of the Yonsang University. You will talk further for the item. So we will just have a speech by the seat. Good afternoon, I'm Professor Park Sung-soo from Jeju University. I was appreciate the address of the Professor Park from university. We have a lot of products which has doesn't have a good appearance. So thinking of how to manage it, how to manufacturing is one of our mission. I think this event will helpful for our future food refurb business. So, and also I really appreciate that the Professor Park touched upon the case from the other country. For example, French, they are advancedly approached. I was in Japan, so I have been seeing a lot of instance from Japan. Both countries they are doing the advanced process. So they had the Dabete, two companies. They are working on food project, Apple project, and the company Apple project. They just upload a lot of information about the refurb project. So many business sector can visit and they just have information. So they are constructing the information platform. And Tabeta, the company, with the refurb products. They just make lunch box and foods, and they just donate to those who in need, like aged people. And two companies in Japan, they are very similar to Korean company. So I believe Korean company will do the networking and also this kind of business sector. They will just working, keep going on their mission, and also how to recycle the food refurb in Korea. I found out some the webs from the web shops in the web, and also Mr. Park Jong-won, he just working on ugly strawberry, and also we have a ugly halabong, the mandarin in Japan, in Jeju Island. I hope you just have a chance to try to check. And we have a lot of ugly agricultural products. That's because of the organized. We didn't use any chemical fertilizer. That's why it became the shapes doesn't good. That's why we are working on to make it short. I would like to talk about the ugly agriculture products, and also the sell dates and sell by date, and by all these dates should be used by date should be working on. So through the HACCP from the manufacturing company, we are doing a lot of processing. Some of them we actually, because of the appearance, and not only for that, and also some mistakes from the manufacturing processing, we just abandoned them. I would like to find a way if we can remanufacturing, also making it as resourcing. So we need to have a R&D on this food refurb. Not many, but I hope if we just have any internet food refurb, then we have to find the other way to consume. Not only for the agriculture, but also for the fisheries and also the dietary and all these products. I think we just can working on all the sector. Not only the academia, but also for the business sector, they need to find a way to reuse all the food refurb. This needs cooperation. So we just working on this one step by step as our natural resources. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Bach. And also he just added from the presentation, he just give us example from Japan. And also we just appreciate your opinion. Now we will have Professor Jung from Dankook University.
안녕하십니까. 경북대학교 정우식 교수입니다. 오늘 영산대 우리 박인명 교수님.
Good afternoon. I'm Jung Woo-sik of Gyeongbuk University. And previously, the presenter gave a presentation and covered the topic well. Nowadays, the world is faced with CO2 emissions and global warming and issues of food security. The world should get together to solve these issues. In 2019, a group called Nanshe, a Commission on Food and Planning and Health, was organized. In the near future, the population will reach about 10 billion. Then the food resources cannot feed all of the population, so the group found a way to feed the population and save the animals on the planet. And they are making a report as well. For the sustainable planet, as a part of this movement, we have to change the food system. And we can study the alternative meat such as plant meat. Furthermore, today's conference topic is food refurbishment. It is a directly related issues. When we plant fruits, we have low quality fruits. Sometimes we just remove the additional or overproduced fruits during planting. All of the low quality products were wasted. Those overproduced fruits are wasted before being of production. So we can find a way to use those fruits. Actually, we can find more nutrition such as polyphenol and others, nutrition and other phytochemicals in immature fruits. We can use immature fruits and ugly fruits can be utilized. So we can promote the consumption of immature fruits. Also, we have to find how to add more values to those products. I talk about some movement related to food refurbishment and immature fruits and others, and I hope more deepening researches will be done, and relevant agencies and stakeholders will involve this movement in order to protect the health of the planet. We can do that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Save the earth. Save the people on earth. That was very impactful. So he just made the instance for the premature fruits. This time we have Professor Nizam Tuladar, Assistant Professor.
안녕하십니까? English. So first of all, I am Nizal Taladar, Assistant Professor from Yongsan University, and I am from Nepal. And I've been working out here for 5 years. I'm in Busan for 5 years. And firstly, thank you very much for inviting me for this session. When talking about food refurb, I've come across this term a few years back, and I've been trying to understand more in detail about these. Initially, if we talk about food refurb, not talking about the modern concept, if we go back in time, if we think about our ancestors, then our ancestors were doing very fine. They probably didn't have such issues. Why? Because they had smart reason and smart ways of utilizing everything they produced, right? From everything that they produced, even if it was not used in the particular moment of time, they would use various alternatives of preservations to preserve it and utilize it in the future. May it be of good shape, good quality, good appearance, no matter whatever. Everything was used, and that was the most important thing. But with advancement, with modernization, we started being focused a lot more on quality, and we started discarding those food that are not appealing to us. And we started determining the definition of quality as looking good. which is not always the case. So yes, in past, when we said that maybe, okay, for a quality product, it needs to look certain way. Maybe that was the case then. But for me, looking at it now, at present, it seems to be a completely wrong concept that we've been learning and we've been teaching all these years. For me, I am a chef, and from my perspective, for me, if I am supposed to buy any ingredients for my kitchen to cook, I will go to the supplier who gives me the bestest of the quality of food. Right? That is my first priority. My first priority is the food that looks the best because I want to serve the best to my guests or my customers. But at the same time, what we also need to understand is that is fine. For the primary products, for the primary ingredients that is used in a dish, that is okay. But one thing that we are lacking is when we are completely discarding the bad-looking items or ugly-looking items, that is one very bad thing because those could be utilized in such a way that it actually promotes the dish or it helps in reducing the cost also. For example, if we need to make any purees or the paste, then we do not need the good-looking things, right? But for things that we actually need to present it, which is visible in the plate, which is supposed to look in a certain manner, for those, yes, we definitely cannot use that. But we should not forget that we are not to discard those ugly-looking ingredients completely, all right? And a bit talking about my country now, as in Korea, we have already started the online system of promoting the refurb items. But in my country, in Nepal, and most probably in most part of India as well, as it is a neighboring country to me, this concept is comparatively very new, and it has not yet revolutionized as it has in Korea and some of the developed countries. Even in most of the part, it is just starting, it is in starting phase, so we still have a long way to go. However, when we talk about things like recipes, formation of recipes, it is very important for us as a chefs to include those things, to include refurb food items in our menu proudly and promote it proudly so the guest would feel the pride by themselves also. Also, one more thing, we are trying to create awareness, like this session is also probably one reason for creating awareness about refurb food items, right? But this is a step, definitely, but in my concept, in my thought, I think doing this in smaller scale would not be so much effective as it should be, because we have been trained, our mind has been trained that certain looks is of good quality, and to change our matured mind is very difficult. But if we can include these in the primary level in our schools, if we can include this as a subject or a chapter in our schools itself, in primary schools, then our children could have a different concept about it completely. And eventually, over time, on a long run basis, this would come into a proper balance. With this, I'd like to end my thought out here. Thank you very much.
감사합니다. 예, 셰프 입장에서 뭐 그 음식 만들 때 아주 좋은 재료를 써서 잘 보이게 하는 그럴 때 그 버려지는 그런 그런 재료들 말씀도 해주셨고요. 자, 좋은 말씀 감사드리고요. 이제 끝으로 오늘 발표를 해주신 우리 박민영 교수님, 또 아까 좀 발표에 미진한 게 말씀 못하신 거 있거나 또 이게 토론자들이 말씀하신 것에 대해서 간략하게 말씀을 해주시면 고맙겠습니다.
네. 오늘 발표를 했던 박인명이고요. 또 여러 교수님께서 또 더불어 말씀을 해주시고 또 우리 니자 교수님께서 또 그런 그 셰프로서 보는 푸드 리퍼브에 대해서도 말씀을 해주셔서 제가 좀 더 넓은 식견을 갖는 그런 시간이 됐고요. 이렇게 그런 그 저희 교수님 그 제주도에서 그런 또 해썹이 충분하지 않았지만 그런 거를 재활용하는 그런 게 필요하다 이런 말씀도 너무 좋았고요. 그 다음에 저희 저희가 이제 지구 인구가 이제 100억 명 시대에 저희가 가지고 있는 저희가 생산할 수 있는 농산물, 그 다음에 축산물 이런 것들이 고르게 분배돼서 저희 지구가 건강하게 더 나이를 먹을 수 있게 저희가 노력을 해야 될 것 같고요. 또 저희 니잘 교수님께서 말씀해주신 그 맨 마지막에 말씀해주신 게 저한테는 좀 기억이 남는데 저희가 이제 멋진 음식, 좋은 디시라고 한다면은 저희가 이제 이렇게 상상하는 바가 있잖아요. 그런데 그거는 우리가 어떻게 보면은 교육되어진 그런 거고 교육되어지고 또 뭐라고 해야 되죠? 그냥 그렇게 인식되어지고 있는 건데 그게 어렸을 때부터 다시 교육을 해서 그게 꼭 좋은 디시가 아니고 이렇게 좀 부족한 농산물을 이용해서도 만들어진 그런 모습의 그런 음식들도 아름답게 볼 수 있는 그런 마음을 가졌으면 좋겠습니다. 네, 그래서 그 과거에는 정말 모든 것을 다 이용을 했다고 하는데 지금은 너무 저희가 풍요의 세대에 살고 있어서 가행으로 생산되어지고 있는 농산물이나 가공식품 여러 가지 뭐 축산물도 그렇고요. 그런 게 많이 버려지고 있는 것 같은데 저희가 푸드 리퍼브 이런 컨셉들도 좀 더 발전을 시키고 또 지구를 환경을 생각한다는 관점에서 이런 모든 저희가 가지고 있는 자원을 재이용 그리고 잘 이용하는 그런 것들을 계속 발전시켜야 될 것이라고 생각이 들었습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
예, 감사합니다. 한국 식품영양
So we have been talking with that was the session, the improvement of the quality of the food refurb. Thank you for your comments. And there's a panel, Jung Woo-sik from Gyeongbok University, the Yongsan University from Park Sung-soo from Jeju, Park In-young professor from Yongsan, and Nazal professor from Yongsan. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the discussion. We will conclude the discussion. The chair of today's forum, give him a big round of applause. We have the good time with Professor Jung Woo-sik, Professor Park Sung-soo, Professor Nisa Tuladar. Thank you. Today, we have a challenge to improvement of quality of the food. We can not see all of the quality of the food. In other words, the appearance of a food is important. However, if it contains taste and nutrition, it doesn't matter. As the professors mentioned, we have a balance in our awareness. Furthermore, we will expect our awareness will mature, and we expect more deepening research. And the collaboration and efforts will be also required. Today, we talked about the concept of food refurbishment for human planet. Now, I will conclude this event. Thank you for your attending. Now we close the conference. Thank you.